Hello? Alright, so great. Check. 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 Hello? Why are you coming out of this? Alright, so this is me struggling. Hope you enjoy it. Ha ha ha. Yo. Yo. Hello? It's always quiet too. Ha. I don't know why it was coming out of there. Then it's coming out of my PC, which is interesting. Oh, here we go. Monitor? Hello? There you go. Alright, I just had to turn off the monitor, which why it even wanted to come out of my PC.
Outside of being a cop to really spend with your friends and stuff.
Cool. That works.
I hate the name Isla.
Okay, so now that I can actually understand myself because I can hear. So yeah, touch screen right here for the MA. Main computer monitor here just for camera, and then big screen over here for OBS stuff, which I might just let my other laptop take care of if I start seeing problems with performance. Which so far it's holding up pretty well, but I actually haven't opened up MA yet, so that might change. And in that case, I might just have the laptop have OBS on itself running the other one, and then this big screen I would use just for visualizer. So we'll see when we get there. This is kind of my first time actually streaming with the new Ma3, which by the way, bought a Ma3 on PC controller, so I could do some fun stuff on it. Would be nice also to have a down view on it, but for now we'll just use this. So I do have, I'm still learning a little bit. I don't know everything just yet. Also would help if I turned on the board. I could immediately hear the computer freaking. Alright. So, yeah, full touch screen. You can tap all around. I don't know if it shows that, it just shows the mouse. It would be nice if it showed the circle that it creates. But anyways, let's make sure I'm in my show. I should be. So back up. Tyler Trust Rig. Yep, so I'm working on a punt page for the company I'm working for, just so I have it. It's good practice. I know the rig pretty well. We've got some Viper performances here, as well as some auras on the downstage. The performances are also on the downstage. Get some shutter cutting. Upstage, you get some Viper performances, profiles, and some quantums, 8 of each, and then of course on the downstage I got some blinders. This is a bit more than what we normally would have, with exception with the downstage. That should be all accurate. Only because I kind of want to program a little bit more, like more fixtures, so that I can cut down if I need to. So all I've done is patch it and then throw it in the visualizer for now. So I guess what I'm going to try to do is, oh man, I was trying to play around with these worlds. I don't know if I'll use that. So I guess we're just going to kind of program the page. And I'm new to this software, so I don't really know where everything is. I don't know how I want to put it together. There was one way I was trying to figure out, which was setting up layout view. The only problem is I don't know if there's like an actual visual view for the layouts. There's gotta be, because here I'm looking at layouts. Is it in more? Is there layout something else layouts? I gotta look it up. So I might go silent for a good amount of this. Oh, here we go, layout view. Let's just store this here for now. Maybe close this up just a hair, just so I can actually see. Alright. Set it up. Elements, canvas, both. I have two. What does this actually show me? What if I just take these? Maybe it's something I have to configure. Huh. I am just clicking around. Okay, so I'm curious. First of all, can we get rid of that grid? Might have screwed myself there. Alright, so I assume you take that. Can we store it in here? No. Alright, cancel. Let's just take those. And can we store it into here? I definitely need to look at a video for this. So that'll be the first video because this will help me out for some future stuff. Let's see. Layouts, Ma3. Layout view.
Hello everybody and welcome to a new MA Tips. This time we have a look at some new features of the layout view. The structure of the layout view is very well known from GrandMA 2. So we have a layout pool where we can store different layouts, and we have the layout view where we can see the objects within that layout. As you can see, we can assign
I'm gonna have a switch over. Alright, and not duplicate that. It's lame. Alright, I'm just making a little scene here so I can just move right over and you guys can see what I'm watching, which hopefully shouldn't be an issue. I got yelled at by Twitch. They had to take down my last video that I was working on with capture because I was playing music in the background. I know, I understand why. They didn't really mess with me for that. It just said, you gotta take it down, don't do it again. Wrong screen. Alright, here we go. Alright, so that should switch me back. Alright. Oh, it's stuck now? Alright. Fun. Also, shout out to freaking OBS for finally making this work on a laptop. For some reason, didn't want to do that before. Alright, so here we go.
fixtures, group objects or sequence objects. Also some objects like macros or views can be placed in a layout to create a view where we have all our objects ready to use. A smaller change to GrandMA 2 is that we can use the assign command for everything, so for fixtures as well as for pool objects. To assign an object is very easy. For example, we have a look at the macro pool over here, and I want to assign that highlight macro, so I can press assign and select this layout to assign this highlight macro inside my layout. Of course, we can edit these objects later on, so we have some tools where I can change the size of my objects and where I can change appearances afterwards to make it more visible. A new function of this layout view in GrandMA 3 we can see with my main sequence object over here. So I can assign the same object multiple times in my layout view. This was not possible in GrandMA 2. What is it good for? Let's have a look at the edit layout where we can see all of our objects, and at the bottom we can see our 3 main sequence objects. Now we have a new column which is called action, and in this action column I can define different actions for the different objects. That means I can use a go plus, go minus, or off for my main sequence. So let's have a look.
Okay, so right away, he's got a edit layout. I have a setup, but right click to edit. What? You have to be in setup view.
Look at this. We go to the normal mode again, and you can see this is a go plus, a go minus, and an off. As you can see, you can also assign background appearances, so to load your lighting plan directly in your layout view, or to use some screenshots. So one idea to create a layout could be to make a screenshot of the 3D, to use it in the background, and select your fixtures you want to assign in that layout view, so to make it better visible. You can simply take a screenshot of your screens using the print key, then import this as an image and create an appearance with this image to assign to this layout view as a background. This way you can create some very realistic layout views with your real 3D in the background. There are a lot more ideas to make this layout view much more powerful than it ever was. So please stay tuned, have a look at the layout view, and see you next time for the MA tips.
Okay. So I guess we're gonna have to look up MA2's layout view. I have to take a short break. But when we come back, it'll be layout view. Just gotta do some laundry. Okay, so learn how to do layout view in Ma2. Luckily, a lot of great tutorials on how to do this.
Hello and welcome to consoletraining.com's video on layout view in Ma2. My name is Alex Hughes and I'll be taking you through.
And just for the heads up, I do use layout view a lot, but I'm usually using a page that's already made for me in Ma2. When I'm working, it's just one of my coworkers created it. Never really got into knowing how it was made, but I use it all the time. This is why I'm obsessed. I'm obsessing right now with trying to get this working. And obviously you saw in the last video, it'd be very useful being able to create one if you're doing like film, if you're doing just your regular stage, if you're working with just a number of lights in different locations, having a layout view with your floor plan, all that stuff could really help quickly locate which one you're referring to. So I think it's good to have.
A rather simplistic setup of layout view on Ma2. Today we'll be using Ma2 on PC version 2.83 and let's jump into it. So I'm going to bind everything that we're going to do essentially on page 2 or screen 2. So here we've got our normal palette set up. We've got a couple of 700s, some Sharpies and some Robins. And I don't have the desk, so I have to manually use the buttons. So, inserting layout view is fairly easy to do. There is a little bit of a trick to it, and that is before you can actually start using the layout view, you need to create a layout pool. So just as we create normal pools, we go layout and we go layout pool, and then we select all the fixtures we want to be in that layout pool, and we click store, just as we would to any normal preset, and then we just create that layout. And then we simply call that layout whatever we want. We're going to call it stage. So if you've got a couple, if you've got maybe front of house and a couple of different layout views you want to cycle through, this is how you define them. So once you've done that, you select it, you turn it on, and then you can remove that window permanently. Now, then we go into other, and we click on layout view, and here's our layout view, and here are all our fixtures. To move them around, and then you can remove that window permanently. Now, then we go into other, and we click on layout view, and here's our layout view, and here are all our fixtures. To move them around, we drop into setup, and then we can select the groups just like this, and then we can rotate them using our pan tilt wheels. So if we grab our group here, which is our first 8, I haven't given them a fixture numbers, we can do that like this and move them around. So you can do it with the wheels if you've got a desk, or you're in command mode. You can see we can use the wheels. We actually might do that. We'll add it here just so it's easier to demonstrate. So we can move it along using the wheels like so. Position them. So these are my 700s that we're moving here. And obviously your 700s aren't always going to look like that. So what we can do is we can arrange them, and we can put them in a line.
So the issue that seems to be is that's how I thought layout view would work. And I'm sitting here trying to do that. Just like my layouts already have fixtures saved to them, which from my understanding is how you work. So you can't see what I'm doing, but I'm selecting just 2 groups and I'm storing into a layout. Yeah. And then in layout view, they should just be there, which is kind of the idea, but that doesn't seem to be working. So yeah, I like
Hey
a good
programmers,
teacher.
this week on Grandma3 for Grandma2 programmers, we're talking layouts. There's some new functionality for us, and not surprisingly, some of the stuff that we remember has just been moved around a bit. There's also some syntax that's changed. As always, I'm in the demo show. I've got the layout pool here at the bottom showing the two layouts that are already built in. I'm gonna click in this empty space and add the layout view. Let's make a new layout. I'm selecting the fixtures that I'm gonna want and hitting assign and touching a new layout object. Notice that I'm not using store like I would have on Grandma 2. On Ma3, we just use assign for anything that we want to add to the layout. I'm clicking the new layout to make it the selected layout, and I'm giving it a name. There's a few menus and options that you won't be able to see unless you're in setup mode. If you wanted to see things like your grid, this is the mode you want to be in. They've nicely removed the grid for us when we're in normal mode. So while in this setup mode, let's take a look at our settings by clicking MA. Some options here are already available at the top of the layout view, like layout selection, mode, whether you want to see DMX value or output values, and also the toggle for fit type, whether you want to zoom to the elements, the canvas, that's this rectangle, or both. With auto fit on, you could also change your stretch options between stretch, bar, or crop. With auto fit off, you can use the scale option on the right. When you want to work with your grid, you've got some new options like color and style where you can change from dots to lines or turn it off completely. The mask tab is where you can apply a filter. Still in setup mode, we get this toolbar on the left that will help us make edits. The top arrow is to put us in selection mode. The plus is to add a new object, which you could then edit and select an object that could be a fixture, a view, a macro, or group. You get the idea. To be honest, I think it's pretty easy just to use assign to put something edit and select mode. We get this toolbar on the left that will help us make edits. The top arrow is to put us in selection mode. The plus is to add a new object, which you could then edit and select an object that could be a fixture, a view, a macro, or group. You get the idea. To be honest, I think it's pretty easy just to use assign to put something into the layout. Minus will allow us to delete objects. You can also hit the delete key and then touch the object. Turn the move button on when you want to move an object via the screen. With the last option, I can resize any objects right on the screen. You can absolutely also use the encoder wheels to move objects or change their size.
Interesting.
If we want to edit an individual object, then we can do the two-finger edit on the console screen or right-click in on PC on the object to get the edit window.
Okay, 2 fingers.
You can change the item's appearance, cell padding, determine which labels you'd like to see, change border options, turn on or off the indicator bar, or change its placement and size on the screen if you like. There's also an action drop-down where you can pick to determine what happens when you touch this object. Since this is a sequence, I kind of like the idea of leaving it as a Go plus. We can also swipey on the layout to go into the Edit Layout window. Here, all the objects in the layout are presented in a spreadsheet style, and this is one way to make changes to a bunch of objects all at once. It's the same sort of options that we just looked at for our individual objects, and you can add new objects if you like. Up at the top, you can change the size of your canvas and drop a background image on it through the canvas appearance. The popular thing to do here is to drop in a plan of your plot or a picture of your rig so that you can place your fixtures on the image where they fall in real life, which I think is awesome. Or it could just be that you decide to put in a picture of your front of house tech sleeping on the console.
Cool.
Something we couldn't do before, but we can do now, is assign some objects in the layout twice. This would allow us to have unique actions on each of the objects in this view. If I put the same sequence in here multiple times, I could set one occurrence of the sequence to be a go and set another to be go back, maybe even an off. Anything from that list. Now I've got a go forward and a go back for my sequence. Because they both look the same, that's not real helpful. So I'm going to change the go plus to have a green appearance, and I'll change the go minus to be yellow. If I had an off, I'd make it red, and I think you can kind of see where I'm going here.
It's useful.
And here's another tip. If you've noticed in the layouts in the demo show, or if you've added in your own fixtures into your own layouts, the default appearance in version 1.4 for all these fixtures is to have a little image like a bulb or a fixture, even if your appearance is set to none. They're cute, but I just don't love them, so if you want to make them look a little bit more like Grandma 2, we can do that. I think it's fastest to do this from the edit option. What I'm going to do here is filter down to just my fixtures, and the first thing I want to change is I want to get rid of the object name because I'm good with just seeing a number.
Okay, so everything's in the edit. That's what I'm doing wrong, I can see.
I also don't particularly like the bar. I prefer just to see a value on here, so I'll turn that on. That way, I'll be able to see the intensity number of the output, so I don't really see a need for the bar. Next, I'll scroll back and change the appearance for all of these fixtures. I'm going to pick something new. Again, you don't want to use none because it will default back to being an image of a light. I just want it to be a square. I'm going to pick red, but technically you could pick any appearance that doesn't contain an object. If you want to make your own appearance for this, you can, but in version 1.4, you can use any of these color appearances and get the same result. So let's close this edit window and okay, all of my fixtures show as squares, and I can see the fixture number and output percentages. The squares also show the color that the fixture is currently mixed to. It's just a lot cleaner to my eye, and if you're a Grandma 2 programmer, it might feel more familiar this way. But end of the day, it's all personal preference. So make it your own, and I'll see you next time with more Grandma 3 for Grandma 2 programmers. Thanks for watching.
Console trainer. Cat West. I learned so much from her. Alright, so I need to have some macros for this. It's kind of ridiculous. Alright, so I tried doing some stuff. Didn't really work. I'd be screwing this up. But I don't know why I'm using that when I could just use my finger. I'm gonna delete all these guys. So a mouse is sometimes nice, but whatever. I gotta get used to where the keys are now. Alright, cool. So we'll do this, we'll add it. And didn't come into the layout. When I go out into edit with this, I don't have any elements, which is interesting. I insert a new element. Yeah, but then the problem is they're not the fixtures. If I import, no, there's nothing to import. Interesting. So what did I do? What am I doing wrong? When I go back into the video, into where she created it, and we'll I need to set macros on all this. Ridiculous. Alright. Here's me sitting here trying to figure out macros. Hotkeys. Switch to scene. Live 2. Okay, so I'm gonna set scene switch. Do it, man, I wish I do have a MIDI controller that I should set up for this. Make my life easier. Alright, I'll do that as that, and then that is that. Then yeah. Alright, that's something. Ah, that works. Just my audio. That's the only thing. I thought I set it as a toggle, and that's not the case. Okay, I see. Just have to set it to both. Alright, so let's see. Cool. Aha! Yeah, cool. Alright, so now I got some hotkeys. That should help. For anybody who does watch this, you're really just watching me figure stuff out today. Now the next question is if I should make this edited, so it's something that's viewable on something like YouTube. Alright, so yeah, so we're gonna watch this.
Demo show. I've got the layout pool here at the bottom showing the two layouts that are already built in. I'm going to click in this empty space and add the layout view. Let's make a new layout. I'm selecting the fixtures that I'm going to want and hitting assign and touching a new layout object. Notice that I'm not using store like I would have on Grandma 2. On MA.
So is that it? I just have to hit store? Or assign? Sorry. Okay, so let's try this. Vipers, auras. Let's do upstage. Vipers, quantums. Hold it, bring it down, assign. Yep, sure enough, that works. Boom. That's it, guys. It's how easy it is. Cool, we're figuring things out. Alright, let's do vipers and auras. Let's assign. I assume when I assign. Yep. Let's do downstage fixtures. Boop. And then let's do assign upstage fixtures. Cool. Alright, so those will all show up now. And it's interesting because this is sort of in that MA2 look that they were talking about where they're just blocks. So I'm curious Here are all my fixtures in here. Also, I forgot the downstage, so I wonder if we can add in something. I'm curious if it's just as simple as storing. No, it's not that simple. Let's do these, that, assign. Cool. It lets you take those out if that was the case. Cool. Alright, so it's just assign all the time. Alright, so now let's figure out views, how we make it look. So I might actually go back to the video, because now I can actually follow along. So there's setup mode. Screw it, let's just watch it from here.
There's a few menus and options that you won't be able to see unless you're in setup mode. If you wanted to see things like your grid, this is the mode you want to be in. They've nicely removed the grid for us when we're in normal mode. So while in this setup mode, let's take a look at our settings by clicking MA. Some options here are already available at the top of the layout view, like layout selection, mode, whether you want to see DMX value or output values, and also the toggle for fit type, whether you want to zoom to the elements, the canvas, that's this rectangle, or both. With auto fit on, you could also change your stretch options between stretch, bar, or crop. With auto fit off, you can use the scale option on the right. When you want to work with your grid, you've got some new options like color and style where you can change from dots to lines or turn it off completely. The mask tab is where you can apply a filter. Still in setup mode, we get this toolbar on the left that will help us make edits. The top arrow is to put us in selection mode. The plus is to add a new object, which you could then edit and select an object that could be a fixture, a view, a macro, or group. You get the idea. To be honest, I think it's pretty easy just to use assign to put something into the layout. Minus will allow us to delete objects. You can also hit the delete key and then touch the object. Turn the move button.
Taking a minute. So yeah, work called. So gotta be doing that stuff. And my laundry should be done in like 2 minutes, so I'm gonna get pulled away anyways. So I was just messing with some of these settings while I was watching this. We'll see what that does. Sucks that I can't look at it while I'm editing. This would probably be on a different screen. I do eventually want to have a second touch screen when I get a case for this guy. So it would be somewhat of a proper like MA light. Right now it's more of an ultralight. What are you gonna do? Could still do stuff with it. Computer is huffing and puffing right now. Selection what? Visible selection relevance. Alright. So if you click this top bar, you can filter by which fixtures are using it or not. It was all visible. Alright, let's see what that does. Alright, so whatever. When I come back in a moment, I'm gonna organize all that. There you go. Alright, so that should just fit that. So I'll be back in a moment. Alright. Let's go for it. Interesting. So I don't seem to have all the auras in here. I'm missing 3 of them. Yeah. Then what? Oh, hiding in it. Alright, so these guys. I don't know why that happened, but that was weird. Easy fix. Alright, so these will be these guys. And then I also don't want them to be up next to each other. Oh man. Oh right, since this is your split. Okay, so that's divide. We're gonna just space these out a bit. Cool. That's done. And now we have vipers and everything separated in this nice little, I can easily select fixtures. So that's just downstage, and then upstage we kind of have to do the same thing, fortunately. Oop. Huh. I see. We got some weird happenings here. So just reselect those. We'll come down and assign them. Okay. Cool. Alright, hold on a sec. Why? Alright, so we're gonna have to delete that. Select those two. Assign it. Upstage fixtures. Alright. Cool. Oh, alright. We gotta be in setup. Here we go. Nice. Just auto fit it. Alright, whatever. We could also do that with this auto fit, which should have already done. Alright, so there we go. I got upstage fixtures, I got downstage fixtures. And we can even go as far as like what we want certain things to be. Now I don't know why those are just on all the time there, but whatever. Because I normally like, you can see the fixture comes up when it's full, and you can actually see, you know, what's happening. These guys are just always on, and I'm curious if that's like, if that's just an issue with something. Okay. All right, so made a thing. I don't know if I already saved it there, but I'm just gonna save it again. I'm gonna expand this up here. Worlds, I don't really see a use that I'm gonna have for these, so I'm gonna just delete that so that I can expand this dude. Layouts, we'll have it stretch because I'm gonna have why. Okay. Groups will be in a similar thing. I should put some macros in at some point. It'll just be good to have. Oh, by the way, internals, externals. I guess it's all on screen one. Cool. So we can expand that if I get like an MA, bigger than MA3. Okay, so I should be able to put the background on. That'd be cool to experiment with. I like that portion of the video. She was saying you just kind of import. She said you kind of use the print function. On here. I don't really know what that means. Yeah, I don't really know, which I could look into, but I kind of want to just build this and maybe start making some simple cues that I would use. I also want to make separate things. I was using worlds. That was something that Christian Jackson that I watch, he uses worlds. I could see where that could be useful in some cases. but layouts kind of does the function I need it to do, at least for fixture selecting right now. I do also want to make a page for running that isn't using the 3D. So this would just be for 3D programming, just like if I need to select fixtures and see what's happening. But when I eventually do go into my punt page, I want to have like a selection grid and all this stuff. Oh, that's another tool I didn't really think about. It's pretty cool. Yeah, so this just automatically brings up the fixtures. And then I get the color picker and all that cool stuff. I am going to immediately throw in some pools. We will throw color in. We will throw gobo. We will throw some beam control, which will be small. Got positions. We'll throw some focus, which will probably be small as well. And shapers, because I know those front dudes will do some shaping. Be fun to experiment with some effects with the shapers. Group really doesn't need to be this big. Effect. I mean, none of this has to be this big. I don't even know why it's that big. I know things are going to get funky when I transfer this to an actual Ma3 because the screen's a lot smaller. So I'm going to find this out as I move along. Fixture. Save that. Oh shoot, that wasn't it. Oops. Okay. So that didn't save. Cool. Store that into preset. So that's what it's for. Yep. Alright, cool. This will all change. I'll throw macro in here as well. Which I know some stuff that'll probably scroll down. I am going to have a session where I just go over macros. I mean, there's got to be some preset macros somewhere. Import. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, so there's like, you can just bring it up, pinch stuff up, like point, or just a 5. At full would be a great one. Import that. Let's do another one. Import align butterfly. Align center, align mount. Yeah, align functions would be nice. Okay, so clear macros would be pointless. Taillight savings. Freeze. Freeze is a good function, but again, I have a hard key for that. Why would I need it? Park selection could be useful. And unpark selection would be useful. Yeah, I'd have to look over that. I'm hoping somebody has like a good video to go over macros. Then I got to do some searching on what would be some great macros. It'd be nice to have a macro that like immediately turned on all the fixtures, because I know it's a weird function to do it. You have to go into control and then select, you do lamp control or whatever. So like if I did like my Viper performances, so like lamp on, you would do that, and then you have to hit please 3 times, and then that would send your control over to turn on the lamps. So it'd be cool to have a macro that did that. I wonder if we could write that. I mean, I know I'm getting carried away right now, but that's kind of like a macro I would use immediately all the time. So first of all, I'm curious if there is a lamp on. Lamp. No, there isn't. So insert new macro line. And the command would be group to group 1. We'll do a group 1. No, I don't even know how to write macros. Group 1. I don't know how to write macros. So that's something we will do on a different day. We'll let's label this as lamp on all, and then the lamp off, I guess we can set it as a macro, but it'd be nice if I made like a prompt that came up that said you want to do this. So I know you can set stuff up like that, give you a prompt so you don't accidentally lamp off everything. So that's how I really want that. Same with lamp on, even though I don't want, it would be rare to accidentally lamp on everything, but, or it'd be less quote unquote dangerous, but whatever. So let's do the first thing then. I just want to see these guys. So because I'm in a one screen view, I'd have to look. I only have one screen. And should I set the other one up then? Yeah, because then that's going to give me those views. Care for that. These are external screens, and these are the small screens right here. So if I really wanted to go hard with the programming, I could go and program all those little windows. I'd probably just program it when I had the console, or if I had like the large console. You can see effectively you could have 7 screens here. No, sorry. Yeah, 7. Yeah. First, everything is motorized as well here on the masters on 1. If it tries to fight you. You edit those. Ah. I could throw 3D on here. Interesting. Okay. So we could do, okay, so these will all show on the bottom right here. Let's do simple things. So normally I like to have a group for each. Now I don't have many faders, so this could be set up on different pages. Which won't really be the case. 4.0, start on 4. Yeah, and then I have all these guys. Forgot about that. Where's that shown? Not on this window. These all effectively can be executor buttons. You don't see me tapping them, but they're all up here. I don't care for that view. Alright, so we could throw up some Vipers, performances, and auras. Did the auras come up? Oh, do they have to be set? Oh, lame. Alrighty then. Let's do this in this view. So I can actually, dimmer is at full. Open, closed. Alright, let's just do open then. Effects, rate. Okay, so this is fun. I hope this isn't like a minus system. This is why I can't see anything. I'm curious, what's being left out to allowing it to be seen? And I know it's probably something stupid simple. Beam, I feel like just something's closing it. I feel like there's a way to really figure this out. Fixture. Oh, is it the yeah, it's closed right now, so beam. No. Why can't I figure out auras? I feel like I've had issues with auras a lot. So, highlight's obviously doing something, which is opening it. I'm not in blind. At least I think I'm not. Yeah, I'm definitely not in blind. Yeah, which would have blocked out my highlight. Has no gobo control, obviously, which you would think then it would be beam, because beam sometimes likes to close it. It'd honestly be how I patched it is screwing me. Let's take a look. Maybe extended isn't the move. I just replace. That'd be really nice. I mean, I guess you could. What is in and out? You can change some stuff in here if you needed to. Okay, so here's the parameter list. You can see at least what the auras are using. It's also going to take forever to do that. Just scroll. Oh, is it a sub fixture? It is a sub fixture because of the aura function. Yeah, I might just have to repatch those auras, honestly. So I think extended gives you the aura function. And it'd be nice not to use the aura function. It's kind of lame. At least that's not how I'm using it in this rig. It's really just front light wash. Yeah, they all have a sub function, and it's really just for dimming. Looks like an effect. They're all in a. Just not gonna use that for now. Alright, let's just use that. It would be nice to put a stage in here. I think you can just do it in patch, from what I believe. We just import a custom stage? No, nothing like that. Alright, so we can just set insert, we import, no. Insert. That might be different from what we want. Oh, it's gonna use the other screen, isn't it? Maybe I just mess with this one and hopefully see a difference. I think I'm just moving those. Yeah, that's all I'm doing. Is it all in meters? Damn. 5 meters up. We'll say 3 meters. My question is, do you get to see this? And also, I don't know if there's a physical object in this. Alright, I guess it's video time. Create stage in Ma3. There's Christian Jackson's video. Very informative. Does a good job editing. You get to see the actual full view. And if you're sitting in front of MA, you can figure out how to program it within an hour. If you sit for the full 2 hours, you'll learn more than that. This guy's a time lapse. I think it'd be interesting to watch. cool. Not learning much. Some cool stuff. It's actually making me want to learn some stuff. Colors, Ma3. Lol. Color palettes. I didn't spell palettes right, but whatever. It's from MA Lighting.
Hello and welcome to a new MA Tips video. Today I would like to show you a new and massive function regarding our presets, which is called Recast. Let's have a look what this function can do for us. The Recast function is a massive improvement when we talk about working with presets. Let's have a look at a small example. I take my spots and I turn them to full, and we adjust the position a little bit like this, for example, and I want to store this as an all preset. So in the all preset pool, to store the dimmer and position together as one preset, I can do this, take the preset again, and we store a sequence like this. We clear the programmer and I play back the sequence. So I say go sequence number 2, and we see our dimmer and position values are played back in that sequence. So far so good. I take my spots again and I want to add a nice color to my all preset. So I adjust the color and we say it's a little bit like this and like that. So to create a nice red.
I have to go back a little bit because I remember watching these and I didn't I did pay attention, but forgot a lot of it. And MA tutorials. It's 2, it's dot 2. MA3 tips. Just MA tips. MA3. Okay. Where's the beginner tutorials?
Hello everybody and welcome to our GrandMA 3 system introduction. In the next couple of minutes, we want to talk about the Ma3 product, so all the different components of our system. We want to talk about the scalability of our system, so how do we add parameters to our system. And we also talk about some different network infrastructures, how to combine those devices, how to use some more clever devices to get external signals.
Yeah, that don't be it. Alright, so I know. I know there's something here. View status. So these are just tips. A lot of you do fun stuff. But I want to know. The MA2 let you do, at least MA1 did, but it lets you just, when you patch, it just builds stuff for you. Eh. Like, was it something? Maybe it was in patch, who knows? Can you export that? No. It's just the patch you can export. I don't know. It didn't work well from my understanding, but I know there's got to be a way when you do stuff. MA3 auto palette. I spelled palette wrong again.
Hey everybody, hope you're doing well. Today on PC, the top right corner and the bottom left corner, and boom, you're out. Yay. Put at full, at zero, cut programmer, copy
See that
programmer,
one.
all that kind of stuff. We'll talk more about that a little bit later. You have the screen lock key here. It will, if you tag it, it's going to put your screen in this scary dust locked mode. To get out of it, you're going to do a little orientation here. Click in the top left corner of your screen, the bottom right corner, the top right corner, and the bottom left corner, and boom, you're out. Yay. Okay, this section here is your programmer. This is where you are going to know that for this next part. I won't really go into it, but there's plenty of we're going to go to MA2 because you can type in, if you know what fixture you have, you can just type it in here. So I know I have a Fairlight. I'm going to be using Fairlight 2600 profiles. Because if I decide that I want to here, great, yay. Okay, and we might only use 9 of these, depending on how I want to set this up, but I'll patch 10 for now. Alright, so now, but you actually haven't. If you go back here, it's going to reappear there. And we're going to store this in a second. But now I'm going to create a group pool. So in order to add anything into here, you're going to just tap anywhere in the screen that's empty. There's lots of different things here. Add windows. We're going to go to the pool, and we're going to go to groups. Wow, that's a lot of groups. We don't need that many. Let's drag it over here, make it nice and neat. And I'm going to go over here and just make that 8. And to change the size of anything like that, you go here in the bottom right corner of the object, and you can make it whatever size you want, which is kind of cool. Okay, fixtures that we just put in. So we started them, if you remember, at fixture ID 10600. 12. So with this one, I'm actually also 8 of those. Color. I want to hit the key over there. Sometimes it can be quicker. Let's do like a pink there.
So you have to do it manually. Okay. Alright. I don't want to do it manually. I want to do it a different way. There's one way of doing it. I don't like it. I hate it. Why I'm gonna... it works. Alright, so... I guess we're gonna have to do the color picker. So we should probably select all of these. We'll have that pop up. No, that's not gonna work too well, huh? Alright, whatever, let's do blue. I know the Vipers aren't, they're CMY, so we'll do some CMY stuff as well, but we'll just do our basic colors. Just gonna throw 3D in there so we have a reference. Alright, so we'll just store boop. Let's do an orange. Boop. I'm colorblind, so it doesn't help. Overwrite it. Cool. That's close enough. We'll do a yellow. That's more just a lighter. Let's do that. Let's do a green. I like to do like a coral green, something lighter. That's cool. And then let's do a light blue. And then all blue. Do a purple. As well as magenta. We'll do like a hot pink. And then we'll do some lighter colors. I'll do this like lavender. So this could be hotter. Hotter. Cool. I want to move that there. Like a lavender. We'll do we'll just call this a CMY, but I'm gonna fix that so it's actually using, or sorry, a CTO. But I'll fix it later so it's actually CTO. We'll just, I know that's not white. Well, do a full white. Now let's like do a CTB. Yeah, we'll call it that. Just so we kind of reiterate CTO. Actually, the book's here. What am I doing? Let's do double. I like a double. Overwrite that. And then, And then let's do quarter CT or a half. No, let's do quarter. Overwrite that. And then I'm just going to make sure that ends up as our white. Oh, but it's not full density. Yeah, see it pulls back just a little bit. Alright, so whatever. Cool. Alright, so we have color palettes. I'm curious if we can put red. That's lame. Let's clear that. Red. Yeah, because honestly that it's a little more clear. You do need a little of both. I have a keyboard here. CTO quarter. CTO or CTB quarter. Orange. Yellow. Green. I don't know what this color really would be. It'd be like light green, light blue, blue, purple, magenta. No, I'll just call it pink. I know there's different pinks, but we'll just call it pink for now. And this will be lavender. I like lavender. It's a decent color. Works with a lot of situations. You could add little different bases of this, like lighter versions of these. And then light green could just be underneath, and light blue can be underneath. Why don't we just do that? Can you multi-select? There isn't a shift key on this anymore. Alright, well, I can just sit there and spam the move. 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 And then anyways, we're gonna have to close this up. And that screws everything up. White. I'm actually gonna put white up here. And I can go more into detail with CT. I can do like half and all that. That'd be nice. But it's easier just to make it simple. Like, because usually you'd fine tune it live and be like, yeah, that I'd rather just use quarter, or I'd rather use double. Whatever. So we got our red here. Let's bring all of our fixtures back up. They all got turned down because I try to edit. So they could all be red. To go here, we can make like a light red. Rarely would use that, but hey, it's there. Cool. Go to orange. I can lighten that up. That's a thing. Alright. There's yellow. We can lighten up the yellow. magenta. By the way, it wasn't in full magenta. Was I? No, I guess that was close. Alright, we can do like a fuchsia. Yeah, I know a little bit of colors. Then we got our pink. We can do an actual pink. So this could be hot pink now. And then this could be pink. And then this could be fuchsia. Let me just check I'm spelling fuchsia right. Fuchsia. Whoa. Wasn't even close. Alright. Fuchsia. It's similar. Fuchsia's more up magenta's alley. But close enough. Then we got light yellow. Change red to actual capital red. Same with white. So it's good to have these variants, especially if you're creating, because you don't want to just have full color. You want to be able to have a variant to throw in some cases. Yeah, so you can see magenta and then hot pink and sort of a light pink. And like, you know, in between each other, it's like, oh, they're like not a whole big difference. But, you know, when you're comparing it to blue to light blue, we start doing some color mixing. It's good to have some variance or the ability to go darker. You can see, yeah, so whatever. We've got those now. Oops. I wonder if I can lock this. Oh, I can change the color and appearance. Oh, that's fun. So if I wanted to make multiple color lists, but only allow it to select, I mean, you can kind of do that already. If I double tap green, well, okay, so let's say all these guys are on, right, and they're white, and then I deselect, right? So if I just hit yellow, nothing's going to happen. If I just hit green, nothing's going to happen because nothing's selected. Like if I hit aura, of course, auras aren't coming up. You know, if I change the color just to vibrant performance, you can see that change, but all the others stay white. Now, if I click and then click again, it'll assume I just wanted to apply it to everything. So it's like a shortcut. Now, what this is suggesting, with input filter, like I can just apply it to worlds. So I can select quantums, for example, and I assume, let's see what happens if I turn these all on. Interesting. Okay, so it still changes it for all of them. Just keep it empty then. Well, there's probably some cool way to use that. Maybe if it's like in a different mode. We'll just keep it empty for now and keep it global. I'm not going to mess with it much, but it'll be cool to learn that a little bit more. I don't know what window we're in again. Oh, we're in preset, right? Alright, cool. Okay, so now I've got colors. We can start applying some other aspects. Like, not dimmers. Do I have positions in here? There we go. Alright. It's only kind of a mishmash of everything, but ooh. This will probably use up more. Just sort of thinking in my head how much I'm going to need. If those need more, I'll move the macros down to here because these probably won't need as much. I could just have like 6 or 8 in here. Groups definitely don't need as much. I know all this is not going to fit on an actual page, so I'm going to do moving around anyways. And anyways, I'm going to do a layout of these colors eventually so that they're running not in the programmer but as sequences. And that's just something that works really well in a punt page. So I don't need this much for positions, but we're going to just program some. So I'll clear it all out. We'll start with the Viper profiles. We'll turn them on. And I like to program a home. Let's do a home. Oh, and they're not actually gonna register. Let's store. Gosh. Oh, is I only just messing with that? Alright. Cool. Alright, let's do a simple down. Down. And then we'll do an up. And I'll move those around. Let me go back to down, and I really do need to be in the other screen for this. Oh. Alright, I do have an align button. Yeah, I do. Okay, so that's not what we want. We'll do a spread. I'll store it. I need a keyboard like right down at my hip right here. Just be really nice. Do a spread, and then do a do a downstage center. Alright. So we got a spread, we got a downstage center, we got an up, we got a down, and then we could start doing some fun stuff. I guess the best way to do this is if I get the iris down really tight so that I can actually see what's happening. Then we'll go back to position, which by the way, we can do this. So we'll do like a full tight iris, and I'll store this then as a beam, and we'll call this tight. And then I can do, oops, do a mid. I can also just go here and do open iris, and I could store that as wide. And we'll do like a 50% right here, which will basically be what normal is. We can call it mid, we can call it normal. Cool. Alright. Don't know why I cleared that out, but go back into that. Alright, so with tight on, we can go back to positions. And now I'm curious what all the aligns do. Okay, so that lets you go in one direction. And then I assume the other lets you go in the other direction. Yep. Okay, these will let center take over. And I assume these will let the outside stay. Yep. Alright. So this is really a powerful one. Alright, so we'll go back to down. So we're gonna have to use some matrix. Matrix. So pan is Y. So actually, what am I saying? I'm gonna be on the x-axis, right? Screw it. Well, I'll let them on. It should let me know what I'm actually selecting here. You see on the selection grid. We don't need that. X block, it'll split it. To every other. Alright, so that's one way we could do it. And then, oh, okay. Still in control. Next group. Hit highlight too. And then hit next. Oh, I see. I see what's going on. Alright. You can do it that way. So let me get this right. We're gonna be 3 and then 2 in the center. Okay, that makes sense. So it might make more sense then to do, we have 4, so we can do these in 2s. It's one way to do it. And if I hit next, everything will just be split in half. Cool. So we'll do a pan over and hit next, and we'll do a pan over. Alternatively, I think if we hit set, which is all of them, and then go into a line, no, it does them all together. Also matrix turned off. Cool. So matrix turns off when you hit set. Gotcha. Alright, whatever. Just have to do it evenly. So 4 and 4 negative. Cool. Alright, so that's like a simple X. And I'll store this as ooh, this one can actually be a scribble. I'm actually gonna fix this. I suck at scribbling. Every lighting designer's worst fear right here. That's a simple thing. And then while we're in this, we can do a tilt to a high. and store that. Boom. As a whoops. And then we can also label this as high. Apply. Cool. So we've got a low and a high. And this will apply to any way we have it here. Up and a high. And we also need a crowd, which I will just make an X crowd. I'll do it like that. I'll store that as a. I guess we'll do the same thing we just did. Like the scribbles are kind of fun. That works. Excuse me. Make a low. Alright, so I'm gonna move these. And let's do a straight on crowd. Like that. Store it. And we'll do crowd. Cool. Also should be backing up. I just did. Cool. We did some other fun stuff too. So if I'm in down, just throw on a line and then do a tilt. Do this. Let's do that's garbage. Sunrise. We got that dude. We got a spread. I think another fun one would be We'll do this. We'll do an inward tilt like this. And now it's just the opposite, but this way. It's different. And we'll scribble on something like that. That's enough. Those are fun. Of course, it's like fading really quickly in between them, but they're cool. All right. You do different numbers of that too. Right now we're all broke up into 4. I'll do one more cross and then I think call it with positions. So we'll do this. We'll do tight. Do Ma3 again, but we'll break it up into 4. I think that'd be cool. Yeah. So we'll do 3. That's something a little different. Uh, we lost it. um, so I could do this differently. Do wings. To 2, right? Oh, actually, let's do 4. Yep. Cool. So yeah, that'd be sweet. Okay. All right. Well, that doesn't let you spread. We'll just do 2 wings. Yeah, and then it'd be cool if I can spread, but whatever. Hmm. I'm gonna stick with the 4. We'll I'll just do a thing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Do that. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna go the opposite way. Wait, we came up with the other thing again. That's no fun. That's interesting. Maybe we just accentuate that. Yeah, that's cool. Because now we go into that, and it's just an interesting look. Okay. There's other ways you can make positions. Do a Crowder. Boom. We'll do a high. Boop. Alright, let's label that as high. My scribbles could have been better. Close enough. Alright, so we got a bunch of interesting positions now to work with. Stuff. Just stuff. We got some spread. Cool. Let's save that. Gotta do some laundry. Alrighty. So we got positions. My groups. Okay, so now I got focus palettes. I got, throw beams in here. Cool. So now we just programmed these guys, which are pretty much going to be my only type of spot fixture that would be doing cool looks like that. I would rarely do it with things like the quantums, which I'm going to program next. So here's the quantums, and we'll obviously just activate them. Store home. We'll merge it, and then we'll do a basic. Let's just say the stage is there. We'll store that into down. We'll do a crowd. Merge it. And a high. Very rarely I would use that. Really would just be crowd and down. And then there would probably be a band, which will turn into spread for now. So let's do just do a spread. And I'll store that into spread. And then we could do some simple like crosses. So we'll do like, I think it'd be best to just use the crowd X and the down X. So we're going to crowd. And then we should also program the beams for this. Or sorry, the focus for this. So we'll do a oh, okay. The quantums just kind of go the other way. And I think that's because of how the lens works, which is kind of annoying. That doesn't seem accurate at all. In any way, shape, or form. Interesting. Okay. I know for a fact quantums get really tight, so let's just say that's it right there. And we'll do a tight. We'll call it wash, because it's different. And then we'll do a wide. And then let's go to tight. What would be the in between? Say like here. We'll store this as normal. Okay, quantums. We'll go into tight. And we'll just do that same thing. We'll do a cross. And we'll use the to group. Oh, be in position. So we'll do that. And we'll store this into down X. We'll merge it, and then we'll do a, not that. We'll do a crowd version of this. And I think while we're down, first of all, I need this tilt a little bit higher. We'll merge that into down. I'd rather have that. And then crowd. Crowd could be higher. I don't know what I'm thinking. We're down, and there's spread. And then there's a downstage center. But normally I would set it up for bands. Like, so spread's just a general wash, down's just a straight on. And I would normally have like a band input right there, which would be all the washes focused on the band. So it can get specific for the situation. And like downstage center then would be like, you know, the singer, or I'd keep it as downstage center so I know where it is. I'd have one for the drummer, one for each side, you know, all that good stuff. That I would program there, and then those would exist on that positions list. Yeah, so we're pretty much set then with positions for quantums. That's really all I would use. We've got blinders, we got auras. Auras, I wish I could turn them on. I mean, I could just highlight them and focus them. That's one other way I could do it. It wouldn't really matter because, again, another situation where I would need to see the stage. At the very least, we can spread them out and make like a general front wash. Whatever, that's a thing. Obviously, they're not straight. Yeah, that's a thing. All right. I can store this then as front light wash. Cool. And then fire performances really turns into a thing of what positions do I need. We could just do a front tilt and then include that with front light wash. But these are really going to just be pickups, really. So again, it's a situational thing. I'll use them as when I need them. So that kind of concludes that section. We've got stuff to work with. I kind of do want to fix these now that I'm looking at them. cool. Did that actually do it? Alright. Seems like it does. Okay. So now we have that. Okay. Probably don't need this anymore. Selection grid is kind of nice, not gonna lie, because it shows you what's in. So I might keep that. The 3D view is kind of nice. I really want to leave that in there. I wonder if I can. Yeah, that'll be fine. Selection grid we can make a little bigger. Yeah, kind of want to get a full view of that. Nice. All right. I got a lot to work with here. I guess we could program some more beam stuff. Is there more beam stuff for the quantums? Yeah, I mean, because all we have is zoom and frost. And that really doesn't do much. We could get a whole bunch of gobos in here. Obviously, the issue with that is we have to focus it. Oh, I also don't have this on to. Oh, I should also get zoom in there. Change that. Zoom wide. And then I'll change the other one to iris. Iris. Oh my god, why do I keep spelling it wrong? Do have to edit these. Make sure these are knocked out. Whatever. I'm hoping those didn't grab. Yeah, it doesn't look like focus got touched with that. Oh no, zoom wide took it. Let me delete that. Delete. Clear. Boom. Okay, those got rid of it. Cool. I just focus was being taken over, which it shouldn't. So let's go back to normal. We can clear out and go to Viper profiles. Oops. Viper profiles, and then we'll do a focus. Actually, it won't even matter. Let's see if we can even see gobos. I have a gobo in there. I focus it. I don't think it'll let us. Quality. It's fancy. That doesn't seem accurate. um, I don't see gobo though. Alright, maybe that gobo just doesn't work. As we're switching over here.
Hey everybody!
Hi.
So we're going to take a couple of minutes to talk about 3D and how that's changed from Grandma 2 to Grandma 3.
Yeah, the biggest difference is instead of 2 programs, it's now all integrated into one.
Yes. And that makes it a whole lot easier if you're just trying to do some work on one computer. You don't have to open up another application. You're just opening up another window. You don't have to deal with any extra networking things or loopback adapters or any of that stuff.
Yeah. It also means with the new software, we can finally run this on our Macs.
Hello!
Yeah, and if I wanted to use my Mac as a dedicated visualizer computer that maybe I'm going to hook up to my console, now I can.
Absolutely. And if you're going to do that, there is a setting that will show you where you can prioritize the 3D rendering over the rest of the UI just for that computer.
Yeah, so I think we want to take a look at that setting and everything else that's new in this version that we didn't have in the Grandma 2. So to do that, we've loaded up the demo show onto our console. So it's included in the software. If you want to follow along at home, you can.
So the new 3D window is a little like a mashup of Grandma 3D and the stage view within Grandma 2.
Yeah, like the toolbar that's on the left side, that's going to allow us to like move our camera in and around. We can even toggle in and out of follow mode. So just like the stage view in the Grandma 2. Also in the title bar, should be familiar, we can change cameras or we can go into the setup mode.
But looking here, you'll also see options that you're used to seeing in the separate 3D software, like changing your beam quality. You'll also see options for something new, and that's labels.
Labels.
Yeah, this will toggle your labels on and off, but there's more options for them in the settings window.
Yeah, so if we click on MA, under the first tab, rendering, again, familiarity, this is a lot like the options that you saw in Grandma 3D for changing your rendering settings. If I go to the miscellaneous tab, here's that 3D priority option that we talked about earlier. This is an option I'd turn on my dedicated visualizer computer, but not on the console.
And over here in the labels tab, you'll see those same 2 toggles that we saw in the title bar, but then you see some additional information if you wanted to show where your fixtures were patched or the name included with the label, you can do that. You also have faders here for the alpha of the background and the text to make things a little more readable for you. On the right-hand side, you're going to see something that we both really like. It's called selection only. This way you're not looking at all of your labels all the time.
Yeah, I think that these labels are going to be really useful. Like, for example, if we're doing a television show in a studio and we've got a really big rig, and I need to figure out there's that one light that's, you know, hitting that audience member or it's flaring that camera, you know, and I need to figure out what light that is. Well, if my 3D environment has been rendered well and it really matches up with my real room, this is going to tell me exactly which light that is.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
And if you're wondering now, where do 3D objects live? Speaking of setting up the environment right, where are they? They're in the patch now. To the patch.
And we're in the patch. Your 3D objects are going to be listed just like fixtures. In the demo show file, some of these fixtures are inside the stage elements grouping and others are under truss, just in case you're following along at home.
Nice.
Once you found your object in this window, you can change the scale and the position.
You can also move your objects around in the 3D window using your encoder wheels. It's not necessary to give them a fixture ID, but it does make them a little easier to select.
You can also add in new objects just like adding in a fixture. They live under the manufacturer set.
So that's 3D. Something old, something new. Works for me, works for you.
Your 3D objects are going to be listed just like fixtures. In the demo show file, some of these fixtures are inside the stage elements grouping and others are under truss, just in case you're following along at home. Once you found your object, in this window, you can change the scale and the position.
You can also move your objects around in the 3D window.
I didn't catch that.
In the
I'm
patch
trying
now.
to find where.
3D objects are going to be listed just like fixtures. In the demo show file, some of these fixtures are inside the stage elements grouping and others are under truss, just in case you're following along at home. Once you found your object, in this window, you can change the
Oh, it's under stages. Eh. I mean, they're still in patch. Can you add in stage elements? So obviously not fixtures. um, I don't know. It's just this whole thing. I'm more interested in, can you see gobos? No, whatever. So there is a function which I probably would use. Hmm.
Hello everybody and welcome to the new MA tips. Hope you're all well. This time we want to take care about a custom gobo in our fixture types. Let's have a look at our profile fixtures here and especially at the gobo feature group. So here with our gobo wheel number 1, you can see when we open the calculator by pressing the encoder, you can see that we can get those images of the gobos represented here. And of course, we also see the gobos visualized in our 3D. Now we want to modify our fixture type because we have a gobo from a customer with his logo or something else. So let's have a look where we can do this. First of all, we go to our menu, then in the patch, and in the patch we can have a look at our fixture types at the top left corner. Here we can see our Mac Encore Performance, which are our moving lights where we want to change the gobo. We just added this fixture type. We can find all the descriptions of gobo and color wheels in the wheels section on the left, and you can see that here is a color wheel with all the different colors and of course our gobo wheel with the different gobos. The color wheel is defined by the color column and the gobos are defined by an appearance. And in this appearance we just use a PNG with alpha transparency to use it as our gobo in our visualizer. So what we can do here is we can change the appearance for a specific gobo. So for example, in this slot number 2, we want to change the gobo and you can see that here is gobo. We just added this fixture type. We can find all the descriptions of gobo and color wheels in the wheels section on the left, and you can see that here is a color wheel with all the different colors and of course our gobo wheel with the different gobos. The color wheel is defined by the color column and the gobos are defined by an appearance. And in this appearance we just use a PNG with alpha transparency to use it as our gobo in our visualizer. So what we can do here is we can change the appearance for a specific gobo. So for example, in this slot number 2, we want to change the gobo image by a right click or press the please button or the 2-finger edit, and then you can see that we can change the image over there. We change the image and we change the image source to gobos, and here we can add a new one. This one we can import now, and we can change between the internal drive where we have a standard library of some gobo pictures you can see, or we import one from our USB stick. Please make sure that you place the PNG files for the gobos in the Ma3 folder within shared and the lib fixture types. Here you can find the gobos folder and the user folder where you can place your PNGs for your gobos. And here I have, for example, the MA logo. We import this. It's very important that we add the alpha transparency so to visualize it correctly afterwards. And then we can close this importer and we imported our MA logo as another gobo in the wheel slot number 2. Let's close this and have a look at our fixtures. So we close the patch, we keep the changes, and in our profiles we have a look at the gobo wheel number 1 again. When we press the encoder, we can see now that our MA logo is represented here in the calculator, and when we choose it we can also see that this is visualized in our 3D. So we get a nice representation of our custom MA logo now. I hope this is helpful for you. Please stay tuned and see you next time for the MA tips.
I wish it showed. So I don't know if it's just my computer's not allowing it to show. It's just weird. I mean, my gobo's definitely in. A bunch of possible gobos, but nothing's switching. So now we must consult the internet. It was not showing. MA PC. Is that the case? Curious if it's got a similar issue. A file, we'll edit that. Oops, cancel that. This is a setting in here. Oh. I'm kind of dumb, guys. Oh yeah, I'm dumb. I am dumb. I'm so dumb. I'm so freaking dumb. It's hilarious. So, I was in highlight the whole time. Highlight takes priority um, of the programmer, and it just brings everything to like a full intensity, which includes, but not limited to, the gobos. So, that happened. So, I could bring these all up now. Bring it to like the crowd. And I should be able to bring a gobo in. No freaking issues. Hilarious. Rotate it. Amazing. So that works. I'm curious what happens if you just do gobo. Alright, so it'll do it all. That's great. Fantastic. Wow, that spent like a solid hour doing that. Alright. Fantastic. My computer is going crazy right now. This be a thing. Definitely at a good point, but I have to do laundry and stuff. So I might just end this here. It's a good place to pick up from next time. I kind of did everything I wanted to do, which is 3D select and layouts. I think I'm gonna dive more into depth about layouts. Definitely gonna have macros that allow the colors to be based on a queue list, but they're all laid out as single sequences. So that if I'm punting, I can select the color that I want, but when I clear it, it doesn't disappear, which obviously you see it does. So it'd be nice to have that, have basically everything that I have on the programmer screen right here, just as something I can select and bring in and knock out if I need to. More control in that sense. So that's what I'm gonna do. Okay.